opportunity to plead at your first opportunity, meaning the case has not been presented to a grand jury for an indictment, okay? This is just acknowledging that. This is the part I was talking about, giving up your right to have a trial by jury, to have me question witnesses. You have an attorney in this case, which is me. You'd have a right at the trial to not take the witness stand and nobody could comment on your silence at trial, okay? At a trial, the state would be required to prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt in this receiving stolen property case, but we're giving all of that up today by entering a plea and taking responsibility. You understand all of that? All right. When the judge asks what plea you wish to enter, you'll say, guilty. He'll ask if anybody's forced you or threatened you or coerced you in any way to enter your guilty plea. And the answer that for the plea to go through has to be no.
Right.
That you understand you're doing this voluntarily, knowingly, and intelligently. The penalty is 6 to 18 months in prison. All that time could be suspended. There's no mandatory. I'm going to have you sign this document, okay? This is that waiver of the indictment, Chris, okay? And when the judge brings it up, I'll have you sign that, and then you also sign that other document that I went over with you. That's the plea agreement, okay? All right.
How much longer am I looking at sitting in jail before I can get to a treatment facility?
It just kind of depends. Assuming that the judge orders it to a specific facility, it may be a few days, it may be a week. You have 93 days of credit so far, okay? I can't give you
93 days.
Yeah.
So I'm not getting the 3 days per daytime served that we discussed before that.
3 days.
Yeah, you're saying that I would get 3 days credit per daytime served by waiving my right to a speedy trial.
No. It's
on bond.
No, it's not jail time credit for that. That was speedy. That was the time that which they have to bring the case to trial. Okay. It's a little bit different.
Okay.
All right.
seated. Ms. Linden?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we're hearing case caption State of Ohio versus Christopher Ramsey, case number 24 CR 001067. And information was filed in this matter on November 7th, alleging one count of receiving stolen property, a felony of the 4th degree in violation of Revised Code Section 2913.51A. Subsequent to that, there was a filing for an intervention in lieu of conviction. Mr. Mulkey, who's representing the defendant, case was then referred for the appropriate evaluations, and we're here today to address the defendant's motion. It is the state's understanding that the defendant would then enter a plea of guilty and waive indictment in this matter.
Mr. Mulkey?
That's all accurate, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you want to address the motion for intervention first?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you so much. Yes, Your Honor, as the state has pointed out to the court, we have filed that motion for intervention in lieu. We believe that he qualifies for intervention in lieu. He recognizes that he does have a substance abuse problem that would be suited to an intervention in lieu request of the court. So we would ask the court, upon accepting his guilty plea, that he be allowed to enter treatment and address his substance use. Thank you.
All right, does the state have a position on the intervention motion?
Your Honor, we would just leave that to the court's discretion. Obviously, he qualifies.
Okay, I will grant the intervention motion. All right, Mr. Ramsey, how old are you?
35.
How far did you go through school?
All the way out through high school.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
Prior to coming to court, have you taken any drugs or alcohol or any prescription medication in the last 48 hours?
I took a prescription pill for my stomach, but other than that, I haven't taken any illegal drugs or anything of the sort.
All right, have you ever been diagnosed with or treated for any mental illness?
No.
Did you get a copy of the information that was filed in this case? The charge?
I have, yes.
All right. Any questions about it?
No.
Do you understand you have the right to have your case presented to the grand jury for them to decide whether or not to indict you?
Yes.
Did you discuss that right with your attorney?
I have.
And are you going to waive that right?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Mulkey?
So this is where you sign this one here. Mhm.
Your Honor, for the record, I'm handing you the waiver of indictment. It has been signed here today in open court by the defendant. Mr. Mulkey might also sign that document.
All right, I'll accept the waiver of indictment. Now, before I accept your guilty plea, I need to determine that you know and understand the constitutional rights you'll be waiving, the consequences of your guilty plea, and the maximum penalty I could give you, and I need to be satisfied that your guilty plea is being made freely, knowingly, and voluntarily. I'm going to ask you questions. If you don't understand a question or you want to talk some more to Mr. Mulkey, let me know and I'll give you more time. You understand that? Okay. Make sure you speak up, okay?
Yes.
You have a constitutional right to have a trial either to me or to a jury of 12 Lake County citizens. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, I am.
If you go to a jury trial, all 12 members must agree to a guilty verdict before you can be found guilty. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you go to trial, the prosecutor will call witnesses to testify against you. Do you understand the prosecutor must prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt at a trial?
Yes.
After the witnesses are done testifying for the prosecutor, you have the constitutional right to have your lawyer cross-examine the witnesses. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, I am.
If you go to trial, you have the right to have witnesses come here and testify for you. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If those witnesses refuse to come to court, I'll issue an order called a subpoena to make them come and testify. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
You have the right to testify at trial if you want to. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
You have the constitutional right to not testify at trial if you do not want to. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you decide not to testify at trial, nobody is permitted to comment on that decision. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you go to trial and you're found guilty, you have the right to appeal the guilty finding. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes,
If you file an appeal, you have the constitutional right to have a lawyer represent you in the appeal. Do you understand that right?
yes,
Are you waiving that right?
yes,
If you could not afford to hire a lawyer, one would be provided at no cost. Do you understand that?
yes,
If you file an appeal, you're entitled to have a transcript of all the hearings in this case. Do you understand that right? Are you waiving that right?
yes,
If you could not afford a copy of those transcripts, they'd be given to you at no cost. Do you understand that?
yes,
If you plead guilty today, you will not have the right to appeal the guilty finding. Do you understand that?
yes.
Do you have any questions about any of these rights?
No, I do not.
Do you still want to plead guilty to this charge?
Yes,
Do you understand by pleading guilty, you're fully admitting your guilt to the charge?
yes,
Do you understand by pleading guilty to this felony, that upon a conviction, you're voluntarily giving up your freedom for whatever period of time that I could sentence you to prison, to jail, or to community control?
yes,
Receiving stolen property is a felony of the 4th degree, carries an 18-month maximum prison sentence and a $5,000 maximum fine. Do you understand that?
yes,
Do you understand that if a prison term is imposed in this case, that you might have to serve a period of post-release control as part of your sentence for up to 2 years under the parole authority?
yes,
If you were placed on post-release control and violate any conditions, the parole authority could send you back to prison for up to 9 months for each violation, up to 1/2 of my sentence. Do you understand that?
yes,
If your violation is a new felony, then you could get an additional consecutive prison sentence for that violation. Do you understand that?
yes,
And if that were to occur, the maximum prison sentence for the violation would be the greater of 12 months or the time left under post-release control. Do you understand that?
yes,
Do you understand if a prison term is imposed, you are eligible for judicial release?
yes,
Now, I'm going to place you on an intervention plan. It could be up to 5 years. If you violate any conditions of that plan, then I can terminate your plan. Do you understand that?
yes, sir.
And if I terminated that plan, that means you would be convicted of this charge, and I could send you to prison for 18 months. You understand that?
Yes,
Has anybody promised you that I will be lenient on you just because you're pleading guilty to this charge?
no,
Has anybody promised you what I would sentence you to in this case if it comes to that?
no,
Do you understand, if you are sentenced in this case, I do not have to follow the sentencing recommendation of either the prosecutor or your lawyer?
yes.
Have you had enough time to talk to Mr. Mulkey before pleading guilty today?
I suppose, yeah.
Has he discussed everything about your case and answered all of your questions?
Yes,
Are you satisfied with the advice he has given you?
yes,
Have you been threatened or coerced in any way to plead guilty today?
no,
Are you freely, knowingly, and voluntarily entering your guilty plea?
yes,
Do you have any questions?
no.
All right, Ms. Linden, if this case went to trial, what would the evidence show?
Thank you, Your Honor. Had we proceeded to trial, the state would have submitted evidence to show beyond a reasonable doubt all those facts that are set forth in count 1 of the information regarding the vehicle belonging to Raymond Todd Smith. It was actually taken from Pennsylvania without his consent and ended up that the defendant came here and did not have permission to have it during that period of time.
Mr. Mulkey, anything to add to those facts?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Ramsey, did you hear what Ms. Linden said that the facts would show if the case went to a trial?
Yes,
Are those facts true?
they are
What's your plea to receiving stolen property, a felony of the 4th degree?
guilty.
Mr. Mulkey?
Sign it here. Date it there. It's 11/27/24. All right.
also sign that document.
All right, Mr. Ramsey, is this your signature on this written plea of guilty?
Yes, it is.
Did you sign it voluntarily?
Yes.
And do you want me to accept your written plea of guilty?
Yes, please.
I'll accept the written plea of guilty. Defendant was present. Mr. Mulkey advised Paul of his rights, made a knowing, intelligent, voluntary waiver of those rights. He understands the nature of the charge, the consequence of his guilty plea, and the maximum penalty. Find it to be knowing, intelligent, and voluntary, will accept his plea of guilty to receiving stolen property, a felony of the 4th degree. I'm going to stay the criminal proceedings and place you on an intervention plan. Mr. Mulkey, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. He acknowledges that he has a substance addiction. Your Honor, specifically, I noted heroin and fentanyl. I believe he would like to get help for that. I think that him being 35 years old, lack of a criminal record, at least shows that he's got the foundation for succeeding at an ILC program. So I would respectfully ask this court to appropriately place him. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Ramsey, what do you want to tell me?
It's been a rough go the last 4 years, you know. I regret all of it. Being in jail, you know, I know maybe ruins some people's lives, but it saved mine. I look at it as I've had an opportunity to view life in a different perspective, you know. One that obviously sucks, but one that's a consequence of my actions. So I'm just trying to get better.
So what happened? You said the last 4 years. What happened 4 years ago?
That's when my opiate addiction began. I started using opiates after a car accident that I was in to heal me from pain, and then I couldn't use the opiates anymore. They weren't available to me, so I started buying other drugs on the street to supplement that need.
What were you buying?
Initially it was fake pressed Percocet pills, and then from there those weren't available anymore, so it turned into heroin, fentanyl, or what they call on the street dope. Because I couldn't get dope sometimes, it would turn into other drugs, you know.
What treatment have you got?
So a while back I tried a detox program. It was in Mill Creek, Pennsylvania, but I just relapsed, and that was 1 year after I started my addiction on opiates. Other than that, I haven't received any other treatment. So it's been 3 years of straight drug use.
All right, so what happened with this offense here?
So we were, when I say we, I mean my wife and I, we were jonesing for drugs, and we had an opportunity to go and get drugs at a specific point in time, but didn't have a ride. So we were running around asking neighbors to give us a ride, and stumbled upon this neighbor who wasn't home. The keys were in his truck, and we took the truck. By the time we went and got the drugs and tried to bring the truck back, there was a state cop in the driveway, and we kind of panicked and hit the gas and went on the run. We ended up living in the woods, me and my wife and I. I've got two beautiful daughters that were with my parents, who now are in the custody of my in-laws. But that's a blessing too.
Why did you come here?
This is where the drugs were.
Where?
This is the closest. We would drive to Cleveland, Ashtabula. I was here in Madison selling tools.
Where'd the tools come from?
We had taken them from other people.
Who?
Well, some from the store and others from people I don't know.
Where were you selling them?
I was on Facebook Marketplace selling them.
Facebook garbage can, right?
Correct.
That's what it is. So, how much money did you get for all this crap?
I was gonna get $200. I didn't end up selling the tools that day.
Now, how far from your house Mill Creek?
No, I live in East Springfield.
Okay, how far is East Springfield from here?
It's about 50 minutes, an hour.
Weren't there any drugs around where you live?
It was a price comparison or a price thing.
They're cheaper here?
Yeah.
Okay, so you went to you got some in Ashtabula?
I would sometimes. Other times, if I was closer to Cleveland, I would drive all the way to Cleveland just to get them.
Where in Cleveland would you go?
That would be between 90th and St. Clair to 123rd and St. Clair. Anywhere between there.
And then what about, where are you at this truck stop out here?
Yeah, I was at the Love's gas station in Madison.
Is that a regular place for you?
No. That's where I was meeting somebody to sell the tools.
Okay. So what are you gonna do about all this stuff?
Whatever I have to clear it up. Just-
Well, clear what up? I mean, what do you mean clear it up?
I mean, if I have to serve time in jail, do rehab, whatever I've got to do just to get my family back.
Well,
in.
how long you been sitting in jail?
3 months.
92 days, is that right, Nicole? 93. So, have you developed a plan in the 93 days you've been sitting there wasting time, or what are you gonna do? I mean, you're 35, you don't have a criminal record, you got a drug habit. It's some of the worst drugs out there. So, until you had that, you seemed rather productive in life, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's gonna change going forward?
Well, I'm just hoping to become that again, productive. You know.
Okay, so how are you gonna accomplish that? It ain't gonna happen like that, right?
Right.
So how are you gonna accomplish that?
Well, start by once I complete the rehab. You know, getting a job, getting a vehicle, and a place to live again. And then hopefully having my kids back, you know,
How long were you in the detox back in 21?
5 days.
5 days, and after 5 days you were detoxed?
Yeah.
Okay. So why didn't you do something right after that, once you detox, right? Because the problem is that you get high, you come down from that high, and then if you don't get some more, you get sick, right?
Yeah.
All right, so the purpose of the detox was to get you through that period, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why didn't you do something after that, treatment-wise?
You know, I guess it's just, I thought I had control of it at the time.
Why in the world would you think you had control of it when you had to go to detox in order to do something about it?
It was just,
Isn't that rather delusional?
it really is.
Okay.
And, you know, hindsight's 20/20. That's, you know, it's
It may be 2020, but, you know, sometimes foresight is 2022, okay? Because if you got this problem that you can't get out of the cycle, and then for a short period of time after detox, you're out of the cycle, then you would think, I better do something about this, or I'm going back to 90th and Superior to get some more, right? I mean,
Right.
so what plan have you developed in the last 93 days that's gonna get you out of this nonsense?
Well, the plan was to enter a rehab facility. That was, I know I need it. You know, it's the, I don't know. It's. I believe that's the answer. And it's what I really need to do in order to overcome the drug addiction.
That's not the answer, okay? That's the
Right.
first step in getting the answer, and the answer is to stop using, okay?
Sure. Yeah.
And you have to do things along the way that are gonna lead you to that answer. It ain't gonna happen by itself. Just because you go to rehab doesn't mean you're gonna walk out and everything is gonna be fine. If that's what you think, then you'll end up back here again. Doesn't work like that.
I realize that everything's
Okay,
it's hard work.
So when you get through rehab, and you haven't, I'm presuming you're not using drugs in the jail, right?
Oh,
Okay? And so when you get through the rehab, if you walk out and you don't do anything else because you think that you've gotten over it or can handle it, then you'll be back again for sure.
yes, sir.
Okay, because the success rate on this stuff is very small. But the success rate on this is very small because people think once they go to rehab, they have all the answers and they don't do anything more, and that's why they end up back, okay? The success rate for those who follow up and actually do what they're supposed to do every day is very high. So you determine that,
I'm very determined, sir.
okay? Now, what's your personality like before the drugs?
I'm known as a hardworking individual.
Okay.
It's,
Because you seem rather dour as you sit here now.
Yeah.
And I can understand that, okay?
Mhm.
But you gotta get to the point where you got a hard road ahead, and you gotta, and moping about it ain't gonna do it,
right.
okay? So if you're a hard worker, then you'll work hard, right? And you'll do what you have to do, so you're not coming back here again, okay? Because this has gotta be a, kind of a different experience for you, sitting in jail for 3 months in a different state where you're from, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, what county in Pennsylvania do you live in?
Erie County.
Erie County? How far is the city of Erie from you?
I believe an hour and 20 minutes, respectively. You know, it takes me 20 minutes to drive from Springfield to Erie, so East Springfield's about an hour from here.
No, from your home in Springfield to Erie, how far is it?
About 20 miles.
20 miles, okay. All right. Ms. Linden, anything you want to add before I get into the terms of the plan?
Yes, Your Honor. In terms of my conversations with Mr. Smith, restitution in this matter would be $1,480. I had a long conversation with him, and one of the things that he talked about was the fact that not only was his truck taken, but all of his keys, including the keys to his house, and he's never had an issue in 20 years. And for him, it was, I guess, really earth-shattering because he really realized that he had to change the locks in his house, that a lot of the keys that he needed to any of his other equipment, that was gone, and he was really at a loss at that point, literally. He ended up missing some hunting boots, some diesel canisters, gas cans were punctured. His kids' dirt bike gloves were in there. He ended up, even with his garage keys. So it was a really difficult situation, not having his vehicle to be able to do things, and also then having to replace all those items. He did say that really the mental toll on him was more than what the actual financial toll was. And he was, I guess the best word I can say is perturbed about the fact that the defendant, he had claimed that somehow that they knew each other. He said, look, I'd never met this guy. I know he lived in the area, but I maybe met his girlfriend slash wife's dad years ago, but that he did know that the defendant had been trying to get a vehicle from other people on the street. And so from the fact that he just decided to take this victim's vehicle, he just doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the issue and why he would do that. I would also just state to the court that I do know and I'm aware of the fact that in Pennsylvania, the defendant does have charges pending there through the state police related to this case, as well as to some stolen checks. Here, he not only took the truck, but then had taken tools from Home Depot, pocketed a knife at Love's. So there was a lot going on here. He was involved in organized criminal activity. He was with Barbara Weber when these things happened. There was economic harm and some psychological harm to the victim in this matter. He does have a drug or alcohol issue. And in terms of looking at the recommendations that were made from Lake Geauga, the recommendation there was NeoCap or residential treatment, sober living for 6 months, mental health and gambling evaluations, peer support services, and some 12-step programs as well. And they indicated that his prognosis was fair if all of those recommendations were followed. So I would ask that all of those be imposed some sort of residential treatment, some additional time in jail, and then the remaining terms that are set forth by Lake Geauga and the probation department. And a no contact order, sorry, Your Honor.
What's with the gambling stuff? You a gambler?
Oh, yeah, I was.
How long you been gambling?
A long time.
Do you win?
Sometimes.
Where do you
Most of the
gamble?
time now, online gambling. Playing lottery, scratch-off tickets.
I mean, you've had some pretty good jobs, right?
Yeah.
Are you independently wealthy?
No.
And you ought to quit pissing your money away gambling, right?
Right.
Is it 1,480 to Mr. Smith?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. How are you gonna pay him back?
When I get a job, as soon as that money becomes available.
What?
When I get a job, as soon as that money becomes available, we'll have.
Okay, don't get the money by stealing shit and going to Facebook.
Absolutely not, Your Honor.
How are you gonna get your kids back?
Right now, I don't know.
When are you gonna get your kids back?
Right now, I don't know
You don't know? Why don't you know?
because I'm here.
Okay, right, so the answer is when you're gonna get your kids back is when you get your act together so that you can provide for your kids, right?
Right.
Okay, until you do that, you don't deserve to have them back, do you?
No, I don't.
All right, I'm gonna place you on a 5-year intervention plan. In terms of the plan, you're gonna serve 138 days in this jail with credit for 93. The last 30 of those days, you're gonna be in the jail treatment program. You're gonna complete that program, and you're gonna follow the recommendations. You're to have no drugs or alcohol, and you'll be screened. You're to use only one doctor and one dentist and one pharmacy if you are prescribed any medication. Any medication you are prescribed, you're to take it only as prescribed. You're gonna sign releases so probation can get all your records anytime they want. You're gonna obtain and maintain full-time employment. You're gonna pay restitution to Raymond Smith in the amount of $1,480. You're to have no contact with him. You're gonna attend at least 4 AA meetings a week and get a sponsor. And you're gonna pay the costs and supervision fees associated with this case. Any other terms, Ms. Newman?
In regards to reporting, I'm gonna do interstate compact.
Yeah, I was gonna do
Fine
that,
with that? Okay.
but no other terms?
Say a mental health evaluation and follow the recommendations. if
Okay.
appropriate.
Get a mental health evaluation and follow all those recommendations. Do you understand all the terms?
Yes.
Any question about any of the terms?
No.
Huh?
No.
All right, if you don't follow the terms, and I find you violated the terms, then you will, the plan will be terminated and you'll be convicted of this offense. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And then, once you're convicted of it, then I sentence you. You understand that?
Yes.
And you face 18 months in prison. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I'm gonna, we're gonna enter into the, hopefully, the interstate compact, so we transfer this supervision to Erie County, Pennsylvania, or wherever they do their supervision. But we keep tabs on it. And if you don't do what you're supposed to do there, you're gonna be arrested and come right back here. You got it?
Yes, sir.
So, you've seen both sides of this, right? You've seen 30 years as a productive citizen, and you've seen now 4 or 5 years on the other side.
Yes, sir.
So, so it's up to you to utilize whatever help you need in order not to come back here. Got it?
Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Linden? The bond is released.
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Mulkey?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right.
All rise.
dismissed, okay? All right. And 5 years is the term now, but depending on how well you do and everything.
Right.
And sooner than that, okay?
Right.
And just get
All rise.
Seated. Selection.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're present State of Ohio versus Casey Kirksey on case number 24 CR 861. Defendant is in court represented by counsel Chad Mulkey. We were last here on October 18th where the defendant withdrew his previously entered plea of not guilty and pled guilty to an amended count 1, failure to stop after an accident, a misdemeanor of the first degree, count 2, OVI, a misdemeanor of the first degree, count 5, having weapons while under disability, a felony of the third degree with an attached forfeiture specification, and count 8, possession of cocaine, a felony of the fourth degree. The court ordered a pre-sentence report, victim impact statement, and drug and alcohol evaluation, and scheduled sentencing for today. Those reports have been completed, and the state is prepared to proceed with sentencing.
Mr. Mulkey,
Thank you, Your Honor. That is all accurate. We are prepared to go forward for sentencing today.
go ahead.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. I would note for the court that my client does have his GED. He does have some criminal history going back to at least 1989 through 2008, and then again in 2011. Since that time, there was a significant gap in any criminal history, Your Honor. He had indicated that he had torn his bicep, took some pain medication, and then when that ran out, he went back to the streets to obtain drugs. He used marijuana and used cocaine in his 30s. Your Honor, he recognizes that he does have a substance abuse problem, including this particular set of incidents that brings us here today. Your Honor, he did indicate that he was employed at the Serenity House in Cleveland and had worked for Amazon in the past, taking a Vivitrol shot as well. He looks like he had some drug counseling and was in NA for a while, Your Honor. So he recognizes his need for continued continued substance abuse treatment. I'm sure, and he may want to speak to this, that he would like outpatient treatment. I believe that the reality of that may be that NeoCap may be in his future judge. I would ask you to keep him or place him on community control, allow him the option of treatment via NeoCap or another alternative if there is one available. But he does indicate he would not like to go to prison, and he was doing well for a while. He acknowledges that the urine that he brought on 10/29, he had his drug use even as recent as then, and that this again stems from his continuing substance abuse, Your Honor. So we would ask the court to find that even in light of his older criminal record, Your Honor, noting that gap, we would ask the court to find that community control that he is amenable to it, and that NeoCap would be appropriate as a lockdown facility, and that hopefully he can get the tools that he needs there to succeed in life, and that he will stop using drugs. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Kirksey, what do you want to tell me?
Your Honor, I have had a hard time dealing with substance abuse. I don't want to be an addict. I don't want to be on drugs. I want to get better. I want to better myself. I've checked myself into a detox program for the opioids that I was placed on after an injury. I've had Verifitrol shots for 6 months. Haven't had a reaction to the treatment. I also want to take things a little step further and even get some counseling, because I feel like the drugs are a byproduct of a bigger issue, and I want to know why. Why do I need to alter my mood? Why do I need a substance to make me feel better or sleep or anything like that. I want to become a better person. I'm too old to be coming in and out of these situations. I haven't been in any real trouble since 2011, and I just want to be a best version of the person that I am. Be there for my family, be a good example for my children. And I've beaten myself up about this, tormented myself about this, and I wanna beat this. I wanna get past this. I wanna defeat this addiction. I don't want to remain this way. I feel like I have so many other great qualities about myself, and I don't want this to be the sum of my life. I don't want this to be I just don't want this to be an indication of the type of person that I truly am.
So what happened on the night of all this stuff that went on?
Oh, the day.
Yeah, the incident.
Well, when they prescribed me the opioids for my torn bicep,
Uh-huh.
little did
When was that?
that was in March. Oh, the torn bicep was like 5 years ago.
Okay, and they prescribed what for you?
Percocets,
Okay,
and little did I know when the prescription ran out of the Percocets that I was beginning my addiction. I asked to speak to a supervisor. I said, well, I'm still in pain and this, that, and the other, because I was starting to begin my addiction process with the Percocets. And when they wouldn't prescribe me anymore, what I thought was Percocets that I was purchasing from people off the street were not Percocets. They were fentanyl and all kind of other things.
this was how long ago?
About 5 years ago.
Okay,
And I tried to stop. I was like, well, this is getting crazy. I started losing keys, losing money, just was a shadow of myself, and I tried to stop. But little did I know there's a physical addiction, a withdrawal that you get when you try to stop. And it was horrible. I felt so hopeless behind it, because I said I always have to have these now, because I can't function if I run out of them. And it wasn't until my family came to my home, had an intervention with me, and my sister took me to my first NA meeting, and I met people there who had similar issues, because it just wasn't I didn't know who to talk to about it. It wasn't like a cool subject to be like, hey, I have an addiction, to pills, and hey, can we talk about it? Can we discuss this? I didn't know how to approach anybody about the subject. But when I went to that first NA meeting and met like-minded people, and people who kind of understood what I was going through, and people who were overcoming their addiction, was when I got the information to check myself into a detox, which I did on my own. I went to the Harbor Light, did the detox program for 15 days. They recommended several different solutions, but I didn't want to substitute one addiction for another by getting on methadone or Suboxone or those other two drugs. So I figured the Verifitrol would prevent the cravings and help me just to get over that. And so I did the 15 days detox. I started taking the Verifitrol shot. But when I was working for Amazon, and thank God I didn't hurt nobody when I was driving for Amazon. When I was driving for Amazon, I was taking, this was all before the detox, I was taking the Percocet pills, the fake Percocet pills, to stop from being sick. And then I started taking cocaine to keep me up for the 10-hour shifts. And so I had two addictions going at once. I overcame the addiction to the Percocets, but for some reason in my disease, I felt like the cocaine was okay. It just kept me up, it stimulated me. but it's still an illegal substance. And it was something else that was controlling my life. And that was the issue with the urine test when I came in here and tried to. My daughter had just graduated Naval Boot Camp. It was a celebratory moment in my life. And I thought that I could, my disease led me to believe that I can have one last party before I started probation period or whatever, which was warped and demented thinking.
Sure was.
It was stupidity. It was stupidity, and I've been kicking myself in the butt and just downing myself the whole period that I've been in here. I'm trying to allow myself some grace so I can allow myself to get the help that I need, because I really do want to overcome this. I don't want this to be the defining moment in my life that labels me. You know, I would like to move on. I'm a good person. I take care of my parents. I take care of my children. I'm employed, gainfully employed. I have several character witnesses who can attest to the type of person that I am when I am clean. And I just would like the opportunity to prove to you and myself and my family that this isn't me. And I'm going to overcome it. No matter what you do today, I'm going to overcome this for myself, because I don't want to be addicted.
How are you going to overcome it?
I'm going to continue to do my my counseling, my fellowship with the NA program. I have a home group. I have a sponsor. And I also want to take it one step further and get some type of counseling, psychological counseling, because I feel like the drugs are a byproduct of a bigger issue. Like, I want to figure out why I feel the need to have to self-medicate. Why do I feel the need to try to alter my mood in order to feel normal? You know, why? What's the source of this? What's the origin of all of this that causes me to feel like I need to pick up something to feel normal?
How long have you been involved in NA?
Ever since I did the Eclipse, I remember this year was the first time that I went to an NA meeting.
Okay. And then how often were you going?
I was going Monday and Thursday. That was my home group, sprinkled in with a few other groups here and there, but I always made sure I went Monday and Thursday to my home group.
So once you started there in April, how long was it before you started using cocaine?
Well, this case, I wasn't indicted for it until like 4 or 5 months later.
Okay.
It scared me. I was taking the Verifitrol, and that helped. That prevented me from picking up the Percocets. But like I say, the cocaine was an issue that I didn't think I needed to address. But just the stress from this case hanging over my head, and like I said, when my daughter graduated, I thought I could have one last hoorah before I started probation.
After being involved with NA all that time, I would think you'd know better than you can just go back and party one more time and get away with it.
You
for
are
somebody who's
absolutely
got
right.
an addiction, right?
You are absolutely right.
Did you really think you were going to get away with the fake stuff with her?
No, that's why I had admitted it. I had told
Well, you
her.
didn't admit it until she told you you were going to jail and
She
you get
kind of
another
scared
felony,
me.
right?
Yeah, she scared me, and so I
Right.
said I need to be forthcoming, and I just admitted it and submitted my real urine.
So you've got a problem with the opiates, right?
That was my main. The opiates kicked my butt.
Right. And so you can figure out what you need to do.
I wish it was a shot that I could take for the cocaine.
Right, but there ain't.
There's
okay?
not.
And one of the things about the Vivitrol is it's gonna make you horribly sick if you take an opiate,
Yes, indeed.
but the other stuff, it doesn't.
It
Okay,
doesn't.
so that's something the Vivitrol population has figured out pretty quickly. Long time ago, they figured that out, so.
That's something that I have to get a handle on.
Well, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do, because when you go back to the early nineties, what do you spend, 7 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, there were some, that was clearly the worst of your criminal life, right?
7 years in the prison system. Yes, sir.
And, but what was with the weapon you had in the car on this occasion?
It was my son's weapon. It's registered in his name. I called him a few times and told him to come and get it. But in my drug addicted state, my disease said, hey, just put it in your bag and take it to him and drop it off to him.
Where were you going that day?
Actually, I was going to work. I was working at Amazon. I was going to work that day. I figured when I got off, my son's a school teacher, but he also is employed by a security company too, where he carries a weapon. And I was just basically trying to return it to him. I wasn't trying to rob him.
Whose car was it?
It was my vehicle.
Okay. And so it was in some bag? Where did you get it from to get it into your vehicle?
I would carry my backpack to work with me for Amazon, keep my lunch, water, Sharpies, things that I need for work, and I just put it in my work bag and I was gonna keep it in my car until I got off.
All right.
And
So where do you live?
I live in Richmond Heights, 2029 Washington Drive, 44143.
Where is that? Where's Washington Drive? in
It's
Richmond Heights? What's it off of?
It's like off of 200 in Euclid.
Okay.
Richmond Road, off of Chardon Road.
Okay. Who do you live there with?
I live there with my child. Recently took in a boarder to try to supplement my income to pay my bills while I'm in here and pay my mortgage. Because I have a $2,200 mortgage and it's kind of hard to pay just being behind bars and not working and not having a regular income coming in. So I took in a boarder to but she's only been there since October.
So which one of your kids lives there with you?
My youngest son, Chance, he's a juvenile diabetic. He actually needs someone there all the time because if his sugar gets too low, he's unresponsive. My sister has keys to my house. So when I did work at Amazon and couldn't get to him, I could at least call her and have her come over and give him glucose tablets or something to elevate his sugar where he can get himself back together. He's been staying with his mom, though, these last 30 days or so that I've been in here.
When did you stop working at Amazon?
I put in an application at Cleveland Clinic in the dietary department. Did the first phase of the interviewing process. They do 2 different background checks, and because I had this case pending, they didn't hire me. But at 55, 10-hour shifts at Amazon was a little too physically taxing for me. And so as soon as I thought I was going to get the Cleveland Clinic job, I let the Amazon job go. Even though the Amazon kept me in good shape, it was good mental exercise for me because kind of dealing with a lot of numbers and you kind of have to stay a step or two ahead to keep up with your route. But it's a lot of micromanaging, and I was just getting too old for it, to be perfectly honest with you. It's a young man's type of employment or gig.
So what are you gonna do when you're out and you're gonna need work? What are you gonna do?
Well, fortunately, for myself, when I worked at the Serenity House, you know, I was a great employee.
Do they know where you're at?
Yes.
Do they know why you're here?
Yes, yes. Addiction, relapse is a part of addiction. My boss wrote me an employment letter, also a character letter,
Okay.
that I submitted to the court as
So-
well.
So that phrase relapse is part of an addiction. What does that mean?
It's just, relapse is something that can occur,
It can. It
Yes.
always can occur.
right? We don't want, I don't seek out, you know, relapsing, nor do I
Well,
condone it.
what triggers the relapse?
There's a variety of things.
What triggers your relapse?
Stress.
Okay.
And
What causes you stress?
life sometimes, bills.
Well, shit, that's across the board, right?
I
Everybody in
understand.
life has stress.
I'm not trying to make any excuses for my actions. I'm just telling
I
you
don't
why.
look at it as an excuse. I look at it as something that you know
It's something I have to
can
overcome.
happen and something that you know can trigger that happening.
This is
And
true.
and you need to figure out what you need to do, not to avoid, you're never gonna avoid stress, right?
No, no,
Okay, you gotta learn how to deal with it.
this is correct.
Okay.
And that's why I said I wanted to get some psychological counseling too, because
Have you ever done that?
no, I haven't.
Well, why not? If you know you need it, why don't you do it?
Being in here these last 30 days and just having time to think, I mean, it just kind of hit home. It was like, what's causing you to?
Okay, so
have
you
to
got,
move-
a couple things going on too, right? You got that, you got stress that you couldn't handle, that you dealt with wrong, but you've also got the other part of it that you wanted to have one last hurrah to celebrate your daughter's graduation, right?
This is
Okay,
correct.
so you got all kinds of moving pieces going on that you gotta grab a hold of.
I have to lasso him. I have to figure this out. My life is on the line. I don't want to die from taking some illicit street drug or something that I don't need in my body. I want to be able to understand this. And once my understanding improves, I can have a better course of action on what I need to do to overcome this. You know, what's causing me not to be able to sleep at night, the insomnia, why I need to alter my mood, why I need to be a different person in order to be normal. I have to figure this out. It's imperative that I figure this out.
Kaylee, how long has he been in here now?
He has 32 days of credit, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state is asking for prison in this case. The defendant has a criminal history, including 2 prior prison numbers. In '89, he was convicted of RSP, a felony of the 4th degree, and in '90, convicted of aggravated felonious assault, a felony of the 2nd degree with the firearm specification. Both of those convictions resulted in the same prison number. In 2005, after he gets out of prison, he's convicted of carrying concealed weapons, a felony of the 4th degree, having weapons while under disability, a felony of the 4th degree. In 2008, he's convicted again of having weapons while under disability, a felony of the 3rd degree, and trafficking offenses, a felony of the 5th degree. After 3 probation violations, he eventually is sent to prison for a year. And then in 2011, violating a protection order out of Maple Heights. And more recently, he has a pending charge in Cuyahoga County that stems from when the defendant was apprehended on the probable cause warrant in this case. Sitting here in court today, it sounds like the defendant has an excuse or an answer for everything that this court asks of him. If you believe the defendant that he started NA meetings back on April 8th of 24, which was around the time of the eclipse, that his use that led to the bond revocation in this case was just one last hurrah, That is just not supported by the facts of this case, considering back on June 30th, when Beechwood apprehended him on the warrant, he was in possession of more drugs. He was charged with the trafficking, the drug possession, and criminal tools out of Cuyahoga County, which a warrant is outstanding for his arrest in that case. In regards to the gun in this case, the gun was found in the glove box. It wasn't found in a bag. And the defendant knows he shouldn't have a gun because he's been convicted of it 2 prior times, one of them resulting in a prison sentence. And even if this court can ignore his criminal history and the probation violations, his acts in this case demonstrate he's not amenable to community control sanctions. He tests positive while on bond, and he brings fake urine into the probation department. So he has demonstrated that he is not amenable to any community control sanctions. So the state is asking for a prison sentence. The defendant has 32 days of jail time credit. And then there's the license suspensions on count 1, 2, and 8. Thank you.
Jesus Christ.
What's the mandatories on count 2?
On which one, I'm sorry?
It's on count 2.
On count 2, is an unclassified license suspension of 1 to 3 on count 2.
And what's the fine on that? 375?
375 mandatory fine, Your Honor.
Is she wrong on any of that stuff that she said?
I don't recall the gun being in the glove box.
What about the rest of it, like your history of stuff and the Beechwood stuff, when you were picked up on this and all that nonsense? 'Cause I don't know, did the intervention that your sister organized do any good?
Yes, it led me to at least start the process of getting into detox and going to my groups and things of that nature. I think it helped immensely. Plus, my addiction to those pills, they didn't know if I had early onset Alzheimer's. They didn't know if I had narcolepsy because I would just nod out in mid-conversation. They didn't know if I had cancer because I lost so much weight behind it. I think it had a great deal of help, Your Honor. It took me to the hospital that night and did all these different variety of tests on me just to find out what was wrong because I had really nobody to talk to about it.
All right. All right, I've reviewed the pre-sentence report, the drug and alcohol evaluation. And I have listened to you and Mr. Mulkey, Ms. Alessi. I've considered all the provisions in 29, 29, 11, 12, and 13. I want to place you on community control for 5 years. And I'm gonna, what I'm gonna do with you is give you the opportunity to figure out what you have to do to stay out of here.
Thank you so much.
And you're either gonna figure it out or you're not gonna figure it out.
That is completely correct.
And then if you don't figure it out, then I'll have to tell Miss Alessi she was correct and I was wrong. I
I want
hate
to make her
telling
out to
her
be
that.
a liar.
Okay.
I want to make her out to be a liar.
Well, listen, you're 55.
I've been here
You've
longer
seen,
than I have
you've seen
left.
the worst of the worst, and you've seen some pretty productive days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So you know both ends of it, right?
Yes, sir.
So I'm not trying to teach you anything new. You know, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, okay? But you know the tricks. You know
I
what
know.
is good, you know what's bad, you know what's right, you know what's wrong. And you're either gonna take the steps to do what's right or you're not, right? I mean, that's how it is.
This is correct.
So you're gonna serve 40 days in jail with credit for 32. You're gonna get in an IOP program at Lake Geauga, and that may or may not involve the Vivitrol still, okay?
Yes.
But you gotta talk to those people and consult them and figure that part of it out, all right?
Thank
You're
you.
gonna
Your Honor.
attend and you're gonna follow their recommendations.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna attend at least 4 AA or NA meetings a week and maintain a sponsor. No drugs or alcohol with screens, no fake urine. You see only one doctor and one dentist and one pharmacy for medication. If you are prescribed medication, take it only as prescribed and sign releases for probation. You're gonna get a mental health evaluation, you're gonna follow all those recommendations. And you're gonna obtain and maintain full employment. Ms. Warren, as to the terms, any other terms?
You would like to consider decision?
Yes, you're gonna complete the decision points program through the probation department. And you're gonna pay the costs and supervision fees.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Um, On the, so that goes as to the felony counts, as to the OVI and the other misdemeanors, you're gonna serve 40 days in jail with credit for 32, a 1-year driver's license suspension, and a $350 mandatory fine. Do you understand all the terms of your probation?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about the term of your probation?
Almost 5 years. No, I understand.
If you don't comply, then the state will file a motion to terminate your community control, and if it finds you violated, you face 54 months in prison. You understand that?
Jesus Christ, yes.
Anything else, Ms. Alessi?
Just the forfeiture. of
And the items subject to forfeiture are forfeited, the remaining counts are dismissed.
That's all, thank you.
All right, anything else, Mr. Mulkey?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I just spent a lot of time telling you things that you already know, right?
This is correct.
So you either do it or you don't do it. All right,
Thank you for the opportunity, Your Honor.
Give it a chance, all right? Yeah, sure. Send you to, I probably gonna give you community control, I probably can't send you to the OCAP. You did. Did you one better, at least hopefully, I know it's 5 years, it's a haul, but
That's a long time.
but
I can do it.
you can, I have faith in you, all right?
Thank
Think about the kids and their significant other and all of that, okay?
Yeah, I'm about to marry her.
All right.
Is he here? Can he come over? He is.
So we're
Low.
gonna bring them all up here and we can do him first.
I think Nikki and Amy and, or maybe not, Nikki and I and Amy, because she's doing the hearing, wanted to talk to the judge about well ahead of time, if that was possible.
Okay, I'll know. Mr. Mulkey, I think your 11 o'clock, Nelson is here.
Yeah, I have also, are we gonna do the arraignments first, or?
Yes.
Okay, I have a couple of those, and I'm coordinating that with Vanessa.
Can I bring them all up, these two are, take 2 guys apiece.
All right, which two?
Kendrick and Lowe.
Contract and Lowe? Okay,
Okay.
then maybe the other three then.
Lowe, they we wanna take first because
Oh.
Nikki has to be, in a proper,
Okay,
the jail,
He'll contact you.
Okay.
Yes, all right.
Lowe first.
Lowe
Okay,
first.
You're welcome.
and then, however else you wanna do it.
What are you asking for bond on though? Just
Yep.
continue?
And then
Or
then
you
No,
set it,
it was
sorry.
set at, I set it at the same thing
Okay.
that his meeting was set on, was it? It's not high.
Okay. And I have some
Sorry.
prosecutors and state attorneys already checking
See,
in.
have
Well,
it.
yep.
They're going,
Who's first?
yeah, those are the only
Love.
two convictions that.
Yeah, one in the chair,
And
one
then
in the,
an annual
thing,
tender,
and then the box.
For 10 years.
Oh.
And then,
Florida.
however, probably it'll be
Do you
Harrison,
know what year? Oh, 2013.
Laven, and then Thomas.
Yeah, those three will come up
So
together.
we have the
The other two.
orders
Oh.
from Munis.
Low
Harrison,
end.
Laban,
Talking
and
to Jenny
Thomas
and
come
Michael
up together. Said,
Yeah, the last three will come
Marissa
together, the others are
ordered
gonna come
him for
up.
confidence.
Okay, now, on
Refused to
low,
cooperate with
we've
Mike's
got,
first, and then there was another thing where
Amy
she ordered him to
and
be
Nicolette,
sent to.
then we got
Jim
Owell on Thomas,
Betts. We're thinking
and then Harrison
Jenny
is
wants to
Watson.
know if the judge
Okay.
can just take judicial
I think
notice
I'm
of
doing
the fact that
Watson,
he already
and I
refused to
think I'm
cooperate with
doing,
Greensburg. And then like
Sarah,
incorporate,
You said you wanted to talk to the judge on low?
just briefly,
Laban,
Possible.
is there a,
Why does it even matter?
you guys have a, oh,
Because-
Laban, yeah, I'm doing Laban.
he's gonna
on-
lose his spot in line for the competency at Twin
Sarah.
Valley or wherever he is.
I guess it's the price of being an asshole. But, I mean, it's gonna stay pending until he goes somewhere.
Yeah, I know. I just don't wanna, yeah, I mean, I'm aware of that.
Like, why does anybody care? You know, like, cooperate, and then all it's gonna affect is him.
Well, Jenny was concerned that she's like, years ago, I did this, and the jail
Are you
let
guys
the
doing
person
all
out.
5 of them?
I'm
or-
doing 4 of the 5. Hoel's doing his. I don't know whose his is.
Okay.
Tom, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, we're just gonna spin them all together. I was just wondering if there was, you each had a different, and then there's a different, and I'd be like,
No, I'm doing 4 of the 5, so I presume I'm gonna try and do all of my 4 together.
okay, are you low then too?
Yeah.
The one we're starting with?
Yeah.
Okay. And I guess I've-
Yeah, I mean, so we can talk to the judge.
Yeah.
But what was Jenny concerned about?
That the jail would let him out
Why? That's what bond
Because-
is for.
because the Mooney case is dismissed and because there won't be an arraignment here. And I was like, well,
They're gonna
right, but either way, there's already there's this indictment.
Right.
So and she's like, will you please just call Laura and ask her? Yeah, so I called Laura and I was like, you're not gonna release anything. And she's like, no, just call her back. She's like, just let us know what happens. So it is going to be dismissed today, hopefully.
I don't see how the court can do judicial notice.
Well,
I don't even know if that would be proper.
but would he have to?
Yeah, Chancery. I think there's 2 more. Bunch of them coming. I don't know who's first. That's why I said just sit here.
Yeah.
Either one will give it 5 years.
Yeah, because we don't know the order, you know.
Chris is bringing Kendrick now, so.
Oh,
But yeah.
yeah, then it's right here.
Yeah, see it.
Pull it out, yeah. Yeah. Get out of the way here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 16. I think he's got 3 more, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Because Glazer's bringing 1 over.
Well, that one's for condo.
Oh, different one. I know there's 2
Is he
there.
help or anything?
No, no, he took the girl back and bringing a guy over. I think there's 2 more in this summer.
Right.
Yeah.
Y'all all got Glock 17?
What's that?
Y'all all carry Glock 17s?
Yes, sure.
Why 17?
Seventeens.
Why not a 19?
Whatever the department
Our
issues us,
detective,
man.
yeah, our detective bureau and some people, you can do either or.
Well, some people's hands are smaller.
Yeah, but if you're a detective or off duty, you can do a 19. 17s are all duty carry.
Glock 17 bigger than 19, ain't it?
No, it's just the Glock 19 smaller.
As I said, it's bigger than 19, ain't it?
17's bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the prosecutor paperwork.
Yeah. This,
Our
yeah,
public defender gonna be here.
yeah, you have an attorney here. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah, that'd be, yeah, that'd be good too. We're just dedicated to ours.
Right.
Yeah, so are you.
Yeah, we'll take him now.
Now let me feel cigarettes and clear. Just to make sure we can eat. I get locked, I keep it G. One all open while I sleep. One to my back while I pee. Run from that place for keeps. Going down from a ring. Must have forgot to bring a ski. Man, this street shit killing me. Wonder when I get some peace. Demons taking over me. Hop out that V, think on my feet. Face down in the street. Cover my brother with a sheet.
Glazer's gonna help too, bring it.
Face down in the street, cover my brother with a sheet. So many tears I couldn't see, wonder was it how it's supposed to be. They take one, we take one, man, this shit getting old to me. This ain't who I chose to be, but too many didn't deceive. Son changing ways with me, but it's too late to try to cheat. Don't get me wrong, we all got choices. All my lonely, I hear voices. As the sea got me noted, my problems I avoided. How your day, my thoughts disordered. Struggle love, I think you forcing. My heart done been extorted. I don't measure, I just pour it. Risk my life off for some Jordans. To say my brother, my life off for. So behind me, you know I floored it. I don't know my back door is what he get for being friendly. That nice nigga really thought my fucking name was Randy. Yeah, I love G-Lock, but that tourist kinda handy. If I knew how to drive, I swear I would've had him. Thought he could keep up, I fuck around and overlapped him. 1 month out the joint, and I'm already back capping. If you tell that story, how it happened? I miss my brother. God damn, I miss my brother. I miss my brother. I miss my brother. That's where I live. Man, I miss my brother. God damn, I miss my brother. I miss my brother. I miss my brother. That's where I live.
Why do you have a different?
Why?
Go Ravens, I guess.
Different lens?
Right?
I don't like the
Go Ravens, oh my goodness.
Yeah, she got a good side, she a gangster, and she run it
You
up.
look silly.
Got her own spot, got her own whip, she don't even know for now.
That's true.
Look to the real love, baby, go hand in hand with me. Let me show you what a man can be, baby, let me be your fantasy. Your love
We should
got
make that a
me drunk,
position.
I
6
might
feet.
crash on.
Keep it stuff.
Don't wanna hear about your old nigga, he in the past now. You been going strong for so long, hold
Why
on.
not Scrubs just with a
Baby,
star?
please pick up the phone. Tell a nigga what's really wrong. But let your head down. You ain't gotta be tough no more, baby. I'm here now. Let me show you what it's looking for. I want you right now. Swear to God, I can't wait no more. Oh my God, fix that. Yeah, she got a good side, but she a gangster and she run it up. Got her own spot, got her own whip. She don't need a nigga for nothing. Loyalty and real love, baby, go hand in hand with me. Let me show you what a man can be. Baby, let me be your fantasy. Your love got me drunk, I might crash out. Don't wanna hear about your old nigga, he in the past now. You been going strong for so long, hold on. Baby, please pick up the phone. Tell a nigga what's really wrong. Girl, let your head down. You ain't gotta be tough no more, baby, I'm here now. Let me show you what it's looking for, I want you right now. Swear to God. God, I can't wait no more. Baby, please pick up the phone. Tell a nigga what's really wrong. Y'all gonna hear that on the radio, I swear to God.
Yeah.
On everything.
Sounds good though.
It's all original.
Sounds good.
Hell yeah. On everything, y'all gonna hear that. You for sure gonna hear it on 107.9.
So what?
I said you for sure gonna hear it on 107.9. Why?
Unfortunately, our transport manual, only 104.7.
I know. I just said that because he be in Cuyahoga.
40, the radio doesn't work
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah.
Except for
I
AM.
listened to it.
I don't know what happened to that.
We get Miami dumped, that's what happened.
And, we already know that.
Probably they got new gloves.
He was open to ride over in style and Prairie Durango, and I'm like, I won't give you nothing like
Yeah,
that.
we get all the junk.
I'm afraid I'll smash it or something.
But the judges don't like when you wear thermals. The judges don't like when you wear thermals.
They usually don't let you wear thermals to court.
Or they don't.
You know, and normally you can wear thermals like for transports and stuff, but for court, they don't want you to wear thermals. It's just one of the rules they have.
What was that?
You hear that?
Somebody was spraying that one.
Oh, baby.
Oh,
Oh, baby.
Must have sit up with it.
Raise your right hand.
wait, you can start typing.
Yeah.
Who's keeping track of our jokes right now?
She type on that little keyboard.
Yeah, she has. She types everything that goes on. I don't know how else she does it. I never understood that. But they do.
Don't they do it like in a shorthand
It's
type
shorthand.
process?
Yeah, they
or
document,
something like
yeah.
that?
I don't know how it works.
Yeah, something like that. He's like decoded. It's really, it's kind of intriguing.
Career change. Career changes. He's looking pretty interested in it.
Are you from Cleveland? Where you from, Cleveland?
Glenville.
Oh yeah, you went again. Why you ain't go to the league then, boy?
I don't know. I guess I wanted to be a cop for some reason.
You gonna play football again?
Mm-hmm.
You just went there just to wear the suits.
I just went there just to go there.
You know that's an all boys school.
I ain't have a choice.
I ain't going again. I was over it. I should have though. The sheriffs in Cuyahoga be so lazy, bro.
You call him late? Yeah, we don't have
I'm just
Cuyahoga.
saying, not that, that's what I've heard.
He works for Cuyahoga.
Yeah.
They do be lazy. And they be getting paid though.
We do. They do.
He comes over here to do some real work.
Yeah, right.
Mm.
Yeah, sure.
Well, congratulations.
No, they be getting paid for sure. At least 6 figures, right?
I mean, it can be.
Mm.
It's not 6 figures base.
Mr. Kendrick?
What's going on, Chad?
Hey, how are you?
You straight.
All right.
I like that watch, man.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I worked just for you.
Mhm.
So today we're here for your arraignment, okay? We're gonna enter not guilty plea for you and protect all of your rights, okay? All right. So you are,
I had a question for you though.
Mm-hmm.
They could come with another indictment though, can't they?
They can what?
Come with another indictment though, can't they?
I suppose if there was more to indict, they could, but.
On the cause you know I had the F5s too.
Mhm. Well, right now, what we've got is aggravated possession of drugs, F5, and cocaine in possession, F5. That one, and then, yeah,
That's it right now.
that's what I'm seeing for now, okay? All
And then I
right.
got another question. Did they
Yeah.
take off the drug trafficking?
I don't see that one on here at this point, okay? So, let's see what we got. So I think this is it for now, as far as I can.
Because remember, I had it with a
Mm-hmm.
F5 drug trafficking and a F5 OVI, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Right, yeah, there were some other charges, as well.
Because I think those charges, the other charges were filed on November 7th, and they filed those charges on October 27th.
Yeah, so these are the first ones that we have for now. So if for some reason there is a supplemental indictment or a new indictment, we'll also plead not guilty on those
Right,
too.
right, right.
Get copies of everything, go over everything with you, all right?
Right,
Just
right,
try and be good out at the jail, right? We don't want to cause any issues, so when I come out to see you, we can talk about things and maintain our composure. Right now, your bond is $100,000 cash surety or 10%, okay? So.
Then I had a question too. So
Mhm.
if they don't end up hitting me with the drug trafficking, they would give me my money back, right?
Well, if it ends up not being indicted, yeah, you would get money back for that, okay?
Right, the
All
money that they
So
took.
they still might be investigating that for grand jury
Right.
presentation, Mr. Kendrick, okay? And then I just need to get.
Cause I think I went to court yesterday
Mhm.
for one of the misdemeanors, and what they sentenced me to 30 days with a year probation.
Okay. Yeah, I think, okay, all right, that sounds good. And then. Let me see if I got a copy of the agreement sheet in here.
And did you ever get a discovery though of the other criminal charges, like you said?
Yes, it's a partial discovery. I gotta get more so we can go over everything at the same time, all right? Today, we're just doing the arraignment for you, okay?
I'm just trying to communicate with you.
Absolutely,
You said
yep.
it's a partial discovery,
Mm-hmm, yep.
so they didn't give you all the evidence.
Not yet, but they have time to do that, okay? You haven't even been arraigned yet, okay? So we'll do
Right.
the arraignment with not guilty plea for you, all right? And then we'll talk about the evidence in the future, okay?
Could I put in the thing to get my discovery?
No, I have your discovery, okay? Yeah, we'll go through it, okay? All right. So I have to look through it first. There may be some stuff.
You haven't looked through it yet?
I have not, no, because you haven't been arraigned yet, okay? And I don't have it all yet, all right? So we will take care of all of that. Today, we're just here for purposes of your arraignment, all right? Is your address still 7069 Longview Drive in Solon?
Yeah.
All right, 44139. And is your phone number 216-347-3787 right now? Is that your phone number?
No.
Okay, do you have a different phone number?
316-5017.
316-5017. Area code 216?
Hear the fact.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, okay.
Yeah, they don't need
They
to
don't
put it in, I think,
All
they'll
right.
put it, I'll say 100,000 cash surety. No 10% GPS.
What do you have in?
I'll send it.
Who is up first?
Do you care if I sit here?
Kendrick?
Yep, we are ready to.
Give the paperwork.
I got it.
We're doing it in court, so,
Mhm.
yeah,
Need that.
bond. It's,
Mr. Kendrick, all right. Can you,
Do you want all of them?
Just give me Mr. Kendricks and Mr. Lopez. Thank you. No, you give it to Kendrick. Okay. Judge.
Do you want the 10% or no?
Also, okay.
Do I need to stand?
Not yet. Just when the judge comes in, okay? They'll say, close your eyes.
All rise.
Here we go.
Be seated.
Leshy?
Thank you, Your Honor. We're present in the state of Ohio versus Emmanuel Kendrick, case 24 CR 1310. We are here today for purposes of arraignment. The defendant was previously indicted in a 2-count indictment filed on November 22nd of this year. Count 1 being aggravated possession of drugs, a felony of the 5th degree, and count 2 being possession of cocaine, a felony of the 5th degree. At the appropriate time, the state would like to be heard in regards to bond.
All right. Mr. Mulkey?
Thank you, Your Honor. We will acknowledge receipt of the indictment, waive any defects in time, manner, place, and service of that indictment, waive its reading in open court, waive explanation of rights and penalties. Your Honor, enter not guilty pleas to the counts contained.
All right, not
There.
guilty plea to be entered as to bond. Mr. Mulkey?
Yes, Your Honor. At this point in time, we would ask the court to set a reasonable bond for Mr. Kendrick. Thank you.
Ms. Leshy?
Thank you, Your Honor. This case stems from a traffic violation where the defendant was pulled over on October 27th of this year. The defendant was in possession of 7 pills that turned out to be methamphetamine and a scale with cocaine residue. Bond was originally set at $25,000, cash surety 10% in Willoughby Municipal Court. The defendant was then charged with 2 other felony cases, which is when bond was increased to $100,000, cash surety or 10% with the condition of GPS, no drugs and alcohol, and no driving. The state is asking for the court to continue this bond. The 2 other cases from Willoughby Municipal Court stem from the defendant breaking into a vehicle in a park on the same date as this offense, where the defendant is being charged with 3 theft counts for credit cards that were stolen. And the second case is for the defendant breaking into a vehicle on October 15th of 2004. This is another additional 2 theft cases for the theft of these credit cards. The defendant did use or attempt to use the credit cards in both cases as well. On November 18th of 2024, the defendant was charged with breaking into a car by the Lake County Sheriff's Office on a misdemeanor theft and an M2 criminal damaging. In regards to the defendant's criminal history in 2023, he has a resisting arrest, 2023 receiving stolen property, a misdemeanor, 2022 aggravated theft and an aggravated assault, 2022 receiving stolen property, a felony, as well as a misuse of credit cards, a misdemeanor. He went to prison in 2022 on those cases for an aggravated assault, RSP, and theft, and was released on April 30th of 2024. He has a history of failing to appear from 2021 on a traffic case, 2023 on the resisting arrest case, and 2022 for the felony cases while they were pending, and then a warrant was issued in 23 in those cases when he absconded from a correctional facility while on probation before he went to prison. He does have pending cases out of Cuyahoga County for having weapons while under disability and trafficking, drug offenses, grand theft, possessing criminal tools, and he was on bond in that case when he committed these offenses in Lake County. He has 2 other cases in Cuyahoga County. However, the indictment is not on the docket at this time. Thank you.
All right, bond be continued at $100,000, cash or surety or 10%, condition of GPS and no weapons.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Hronik?
Your Honor, I'm going to cover
Are you
Mr.
doing
Lowe.
it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna stop right here.
All right, Mr. Leshy, go ahead.
This is State of Ohio versus Douglas Lowe, case 24 CR 1359. We're here today for purposes of arraignment. The defendant was indicted in a 2-count indictment filed on November 21st of this year. Count 1 being harassment with a bodily substance, a felony of the 5th degree, and count 2 criminal trespass, a misdemeanor of the 4th degree. At the appropriate time, the state would like to be heard in regards to bond.
Mr. Watson?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. It is my understanding that prior to the secret indictment filed in this case, that through Willoughby Municipal Court, that this case was referred for a competency. In turn, My client was referred to inpatient treatment at Central Ohio Behavioral Health. We're going to respectfully ask the court to adopt that prior competency motion filed in Willoughby Municipal Court and have my client evaluated.
Willoughby, man. As to this indictment?
As to this indictment, Your Honor.
Well, but what's he gonna do is as far as this indictment, entering a plea?
I ain't had a chance to meet with
I'm
nobody or
not
talk to
talking you,
nobody.
I'm talking to him, okay?
Don't put your
Did he
finger in my
receive it?
face.
You had it in excess of 24 hours?
Your Honor, my client has received his indictment.
That's a lie.
Listen, close your mouth or you'll go away, okay? All right? Go ahead, Mr. Watson.
Let's go then. Y'all ready? Let's go.
He's
Let's
received
go.
his
I ain't
indictment,
even
Your Honor.
talked to no public defender or nothing. I ain't been booked in or nothing. No Miranda rights and nothing read to me.
Okay.
I was arrested in Wickliffe, supposed to leave Wickliffe.
Get him out of here.
Yeah, yeah, get me out of here.
All right, man. Right this
Back
way,
to
man.
jail.
Put your hands in my face. You're gonna pay for that.
Let's go.
Fuck what?
Let's go.
Yeah, fuck you too.
All right. Is he-
Thank you. Getting to the indictment, Your Honor, my client has received his indictment, will waive 24-hour service, any service defects in it, waive reading the indictment, and like to enter a plea of not guilty to the charges, and again.
Not guilty plea will be entered. I'm gonna refer Mr. Lowe for an evaluation, for a competency evaluation. So he'll be evaluated again. If he refuses to cooperate, we'll send him to the facility in Columbus that already has indication that he's supposed to go there, notification he's supposed to go there to complete the evaluation. I'm gonna set the bond at $500,000 cash or surety. Anything else from you, Ms. Alessi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. You're gonna have 30 seconds.
Yep, he'll be on his way up.
30 seconds, the clock starts as soon as he walks in.
Are you, you don't work right now, do you?
No,
Okay. Are you retired? or-
retired on Social Security.
All right. All right. Where's Thompson, Ohio? What county is that?
It's in Jog County.
All right. How long have you lived at that address?
9 months.
Yeah, okay. I don't need exact dates for
No,
these
I
questions. All
I
right.
understand.
Were you arrested on this case or a different case?
No, in this case,
This case, all right. This is an OVI case.
it is.
Was it, were you in muni court for this at all, or is this just?
No, I was not. Well, if I was,
It was a bind over.
It was a bind over?
Yes.
From which court? Willoughby or?
Painesville Muni.
All right. All right. And then, you don't have any property in Lake, right?
no,
Oh, all right. And any family here?
no.
No, all right. Not a resident either, okay. First briefly, prior record, do you have any prior felony convictions?
No.
Really? None? Good for you.
I would,
All right, what about misdemeanor ones? Any other, like other
I
OVIs?
had the DUIs before, but nothing else.
Prior OVIs, nothing else other than
Nothing
OVIs? All right, okay. And no pending cases anywhere
No.
else? All right, okay. Do you know what his bond is currently set at?
It was set at own recognizance.
Oh, right,
And then
and then-
we are asking for 10,000 cash surety, 10%.
Now, Jim typed up some medical conditions here. It says you don't leave the house except for medical appointments twice a week. Is that correct?
Oh, let me look at, I'm sorry.
Okay.
What was that again?
That you don't leave for medical appointments except for 2 times a week, is that right?
Yeah, it might be 2 separate times. It
Yeah,
might
yeah,
be-
yeah. All right.
right.
How do you get there? Do you?
I have a friend who takes me.
Friends takes you, okay. And you have heart failure, it looks like, unfortunately, right? Some
I
heart-
do,
heart
yeah.
condition, right?
Yeah.
And then it says one of your legs is short and the other causing you some pain that you requires a walker, is that
Right,
true
right.
too? And, okay, and you've been on scram braces?
Yeah, right, in fact, it's right here.
Okay.
I've had it on for, well, since,
Okay, we're ready. Bob, thank you. We're ready.
All right, Ms. Alessi?
Thank you, Your Honor. We're present State of Ohio versus Thomas Lavin, case 24 CR 568. We're here for purposes of arraignment. The defendant was previously indicted in a 2-count indictment filed on August 2nd of this year. Both counts being operating a vehicle under the influence of alcohol or drug abuse or a combination of them, felonies of the 4th degree. The defendant had previously been scheduled for arraignment. He failed to appear at the arraignment. The docket reflected that it was a failure of service of summons, and as a result, a warrant was issued for his arrest. The defendant was most recently apprehended by the Lake County Sheriff's Office, where he was brought in for the arraignment on these charges, and at the appropriate time, the state would like to be heard in regards to bond.
All right, Mr. Mulkey?
Thank you, Your Honor. We would acknowledge receiving the indictment more than 24 hours ago, waive its reading in open court, waive explanation of rights and penalties, as well as any defects in time, manner, place, and service. Ask court to enter a not guilty plea form, and then also ask to be heard on bond when appropriate, Your Honor.
All right, not guilty plea will be entered as to bond. Mr. Mulkey?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you so much. Your Honor, I understand he was picked up. He indicates to both me and Mr. Matthews from my office, he has significant health issues, Your Honor. He maintains that he does not leave his residence except for medical appointments twice a week. He suffers from some heart failure, Your Honor, and then he has significant pain that requires the use of a walker due to an issue with his legs. Your Honor, it would be somewhat of a burden, I think, to the jail. To have him, he would indicate that he has transportation to and from court. He won't miss court. He didn't mean to miss court intentionally. Again, I think it's because he was tied up with his medical conditions, Your Honor. As it relates to his priors, Your Honor, he indicates that he does have the prior OVIs, Your Honor. He's a resident of Geauga County. He has a stable address there. He is on Social Security as well, Your Honor. I would submit to the court that he's not a flight risk, has ties to the community, and does not represent a danger to that community due to his health conditions and the other issues that I have raised also for the court's consideration. Thank you, Your Honor. So we would ask for recognizance bond in this matter, well aware of the fact that if he doesn't show up at future court appointments and court appearances and maintain contact with his attorneys, that he'd be looking at potentially another felony charge. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state is asking for 10,000 cash surety, 10% bond with the condition of scram in this case. The incident stems from the defendant crashing his vehicle into a ditch out on Turney Road. The tow truck driver, upon coming into contact with the defendant, noted he was slurring his words and contacted the authorities. When the troopers had responded, they detected the odor of an alcoholic beverage coming from his person. Through subsequent conversations, the defendant admitted to having 2 bottles of wine and did perform a chemical test in this case. The defendant does have a criminal history consisting of 4 prior OVIs, 2020, 2016, and 2014 were in the last 10 years, and then there was one in 1996. In regards to what Mr. Mulkey stated in regards to the burden to the jail, if convicted, when convicted of this offense, the defendant is looking at mandatory jail time. So that is something that the jail is going to be faced with likely at some point. The defendant was served at the address that and where the state's impression is where he is currently still living. He knew about this case, that it was pending. The sheriffs had been in contact with the defendant and trying to contact our office in regards to getting him to turn himself in. Defense contacted the state last week indicating that Mr. Hlavin was going to turn himself in last Friday, and that did not happen, which would lead to the sheriff's office arresting him at his residence. So we are requesting the 10,000 cash surety, 10% with scram.
All right, the bond will be reset at $5,000 cash or surety or 10% with the condition of no driving. Next.
Jim will be out to see you, okay?
Okay.
They set you a bond of 5,000, 10%, so $500 will get you out.
100 bucks?
500.
500.
Yes, sir.
Judge, you have next, Mr. Harrison, or Mr. Kendrick? Harrison?
Either one. Good.
Who are you bringing in?
Harrison.
Okay.
Saleshi?
This is State of Ohio versus Eli Harrison, case 24 CR 1287. We are here today for purposes of arraignment. Defendant is in court represented by counsel. The defendant was previously indicted in a 7-count indictment filed on November 25th. And at the appropriate time, we'd like to be heard in regards to bond.
Mr. Watson?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, my client has received a copy of his indictment, will waive 24-hour service, any service defects in it, waive reading the indictment, like to enter a plea of not guilty to all the charges, and we would respectfully like to be heard on bond at the appropriate time.
All right, not guilty plea will be entered as the bond.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, my client is a young man. He has a very limited criminal history. I know these are very serious charges that technically carry with it mandatory prison time. That being said, Your Honor, he currently resides with his mother. He works with his father, who's here today in the courtroom to verify that. The parents are separated, but he has 2 loving parents, Your Honor. He would like an opportunity to address his drug addiction. He's expressed to me that if the court will consider lowering his bond, his parents are able to post some money, that he would like to get out and start addressing that issue. Your Honor, if the court will consider lowering his bond monetarily, whatever other restrictions the court deems appropriate, whether it be scram bracelets or any type of monitoring or any type of random drug testing, my client will certainly comply. We are respectfully requesting the court to consider lowering the bond to $200,000, 10%. Thank you, Your Honor.
Selection.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state is requesting a bond of $350,000 cash surety or 10% with a condition of no contact with the victims, Teresa and Wayne Palm, scram, no use of alcohol or drugs, no firearms, and no driving. This incident stems from an event that happened back on November 12th of this year, where the defendant operated his vehicle into the opposing lane of travel, causing a head-on collision with a vehicle being driven by the victim in this case, where her husband was a passenger. They were subsequently transported to Geneva ER, where they were treated for their injuries. The defendant showed signs of being under the influence. The defendant admitted to being on methadone and was later given Narcan by EMS, reversing his conditions. The defendant doesn't have an extensive criminal record. However, he was on probation to Painesville Muni Court for a drug-related offense prior to this, In that case, he had continued to violate by testing positive for fentanyl, and he was recently terminated before this offense. However, in this case, Judge Malcheski, through Painesville Municipal Court, had given him an OR bond, but 5 days after the accident, he tested positive for fentanyl, which is when Judge Malcheski had increased his bond. So the state is asking for the $350,000 cash surety or 10% with conditions.
All right, the bond will be continued, $350,000 cash surety or 10%, no contact with victims, and scram requirement. Next. Selection?
My counsel here is going to handle the
Devanche?
next arraignment.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we're here today for an arraignment in the matter of the State of Ohio versus Mr. Devon Thomas, case number 24-CR-1109. Defendant was indicted on a single count of possession of cocaine in violation of 2925.11a and a forfeiture specification. This would be an F5, Your Honor. The indictment was filed on October 15th. The defendant failed to appear for his initial arraignment. The defendant was, in fact, served personally on October 22nd, but yet failed to appear. We would like to be heard on bond at the appropriate time, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Clapp?
Your Honor, Mr. Thomas waives the reading of the indictment and any defects in time or manner of services, and also asks to be heard on bond.
All right, not guilty plea will be
Not
entered
guilty plea
as to bond.
Mr. Thomas is a lifelong Cuyahoga County resident. Prior to moving to Lorraine, he indicates to me that he moved there back in the summer. My understanding from Mr. Devanche is that in the summer, or at some point in time, he had to appear in Mentor Municipal Court and didn't show several times. Mr. Thomas explains to me that relates to confusion with his address because he had lived in Cleveland so long and had moved to Lorraine, but ultimately he did go to court. He was represented by Charles Langneck at that point. He did show up in court and gave an OR bond. He's asking that OR bond be continued. He indicates to me that he works for a security company called Stronghold Security Incorporated, and he's worked there for 3 years as a security officer. He does have a prior criminal history. He currently is on probation in Cuyahoga County, works very closely with his probation officer there, who actually assists him in arranging Ubers to come to court. He tells me he did not receive service on this. He did not get the indictment, didn't know to appear for court, whatever date it was that he missed, and that he certainly would have appeared had he done so. Since this case occurred, he's gone through treatment at CATS. He continues to do the outpatient treatment there, according to what he told me, an intensive outpatient treatment program. He is asking that you consider an OR bond, and again, apologizes to the court for not being here, but he's saying he did not get the service.
All right, Mr. Devanche?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. We would oppose OR and recommend a $10,000, 10% cash security bond in this matter. The defendant has a history of failing to appear. In this case alone, he's failed to appear 3 times, twice at Muni, once most recently, and the record indicates he was personally served on October 22nd for that. In Cuyahoga County, on top of these charges here, we have a failure to appear in 2022 on felony drug charges, also in 2023 on trafficking and possession and firearms charges, failed to appear there. I was not able to, I did not have time to look at all the counties that have had contact with a defendant. I had to stop there, but I did find several misdemeanors where the defendant failed to appear in those instances. Finally, Your Honor, the defendant committed this crime at bar while on probation in Willoughby. And that was for a crime of dishonesty, a felony, which was bumped down to an attempted forgery, Your Honor, a crime of dishonesty. For that reason, we do request that OR be denied and that the defendant be given a cash bond, $10,000, 10%. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to continue the bond at your own recognizance. If you don't show up for a hearing, you'll be charged with a felony 4 in addition to this charge. You understand that?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, we're adjourned.
Well, we have to fill the phone out.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, like what you did before, we gotta do it again. Promise when you show up. And listen, so you're gonna end up represented by us. I'm gonna give you a card.
Absolutely.
One of the felony attorneys in our, I'm director of the office, one of the attorneys will be selected to represent you. Because we don't have your
card.
Oh, I gave it to you. I don't know which one it'll be, but what I want you to do next week is call the office and make an appointment to come in and see your attorney and go over the discovery that we're gonna be receiving in this case.
Okay.
And to make sure,
So on Monday, Bill, you guys?
you could call Monday or Tuesday and set up, and once we figure out who your attorney's gonna be.
Vanessa, if you want to, can you do this downstairs in the?
Yeah, we
in
can go
the jail,
downstairs.
Or in the holding?
Yeah, we're gonna do
We have
this.
another case going.
I also have to do his affidavit. so
Okay,
that's
fine.
I'll meet you downstairs, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, then. All right, ready to go?
Now we're doing the, sentencing. Yes. Joseph. Come. Okay. Let me, do these to Maria, and we'll get everybody else in here.
Wowie, wow.
Kids was just in here for a minute. Excellent. Well, I was sitting over here and I heard Mom's voice at the security desk and I perked up and I was like, oh, he's got court today. He's in on some pretty serious charges.
Oh, it stinks.
You know whose jacket this is over here?
Nope. It's my first time walking into court.
All right. Somebody looked at
I wonder if it's one of the public defenders or.
Oh, maybe Chaz, because he was in here earlier. Ay, ay, ay. Definitely ready for lunch. That's all I can think about is food. Oh, and my family is at Winking Lizard. Oh, must be nice.
Were you guys given a end time or?
They're letting us go 2 o'clock today.
2?
Mm-hmm. So that's better than nothing, we'll take it.
Yeah.
I can still get a lot of stuff done.
Pull it back. Yep. Certified. See right there.
Right there, yep. Yeah. And then your probation is behind that.
I'm not saying what she came with.
Happy. Look how cute you are.
take care of all three kids? Or
Hmm?
you take care of all three children, or just
Yeah, I take care of two right now.
two of them?
Yeah.
That's not old Donald, is it? That's not
No,
Oh,
no.
yeah, I was saying, I know that. Yeah.
So they put the portraits of prior
Okay.
judges up.
Oh, okay, okay.
Well, it would be fun if they put the portraits of the current judge up, but I've never seen that happen.
All right.
You have a good idea.
All rise.
Be seated. Ms. Cutts?
Thank you, Your Honor. We're here today in the state of Ohio versus Joseph T. Nelson Jr., case number 24 CR 001053. Defendant is present in open court today with his counsel, Chad Mulkey. Your Honor, we're here today for sentencing. The defendant was last before Your Honor on October 16th of 2024, where he pled guilty by way of information to one count of trafficking in cocaine, a felony of the 5th degree with a forfeiture specification. At that time, a pre-sentence report was ordered and sentencing was deferred until today. It's the state's understanding that the pre-sentence report has been completed and provided to the court, and that all parties are prepared to go to sentencing at this time.
All right, Mr. Mulkey?
Yes, Your Honor, we are prepared to go forward. Thank you. Your Honor, after speaking with Mr. Nelson and reviewing his pre-sentence report, I'll say he is 28 years old. He does care for two children. He has completed the 10th grade. I'm sure he would like to work on obtaining his GED. Your Honor, he recognizes that there is an issue with drugs. He is on probation in Cuyahoga County, and he's indicated to me he's done a number of things for his future plans, including he is currently in recovery, anger management, and the Thinking for a Change program as well. He's indicated that he does these activities Monday through Friday. He does want to straighten up. He's thinking of his children and his responsibilities. Your Honor, he knows he has a criminal past, and he would like to move forward from that. He did plead by way of information on this matter, and when I discussed his pre-sentence report, his questionnaire with him, some of the information, he thought that because it was already in the system, he didn't need to repeat it on that form, and so there were some other things that he couldn't remember. He understands that there's no excuse not to show continued cooperation should he be placed on community control. He's asking this court to place him on community control.
Why would he go into this process and decide he didn't want to cooperate with Ms. Newman? Why would he do that?
Yeah, I think he can better explain. All I can say is what I told you already is he thought the information was in the system and some of it he didn't remember, but he can elaborate further with the court. I'm sure the court will have a soliloquy with him, a discourse, Your Honor, on that and on some other matters. I'm certainly not trying to deflect the court's question. That's the answer that I have at this point. But again, being on probation, Your Honor, he does ask for the opportunity to demonstrate to the court that he can continue maintaining his probation, his responsibilities, and going forward drug-free, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Nelson, what do you want to tell me?
I apologize for me being a total different when I was talking to my PO. I really thought it was in the system at the time, my mother and my father's situation, they named and all that, but I'm actually doing good right now, drug-free. I've been on the page right now. I got my kids. I'm focusing right now. Like I'm in a good mode. Like everything's going good for me right now.
As I read this report, it doesn't seem like you take this stuff very seriously. It doesn't seem like you take the Cuyahoga stuff very seriously. It doesn't seem like you take this case very seriously, because your attitude about this case is it's just a dope case, right?
Mm-mm.
You didn't say that?
No, sir.
I put that in quotations because that was his exact words. It's just a dope case.
Okay. So that's why I concluded you don't take this very seriously. Now, you said, didn't you say that you don't use cocaine? Do you just sell it?
No, I told them when I got arrested, I told them I used.
Okay.
I told when I got arrested on the way down to the police station, I told him I was using. Even in the system right now, that I'm using. That's why I'm.
What did you tell Miss Newman?
When I was on the phone or when I was in front of you? Miss Newman? When I was in front of you or on the phone? I mean, in front of you. Okay, when we was in your office. What did I say?
What did you tell Miss Newman?
What did I tell her?
He's asking you.
Are you asking me what I tell her?
Yeah.
Oh, about the drug stuff?
Yeah.
That it was like I caught a drug case, like I caught the last case. I caught the same drug case that I had. I didn't tell her like it was a problem, like, oh, it's just a drug case. No, I never said it was just a dope case. No, I didn't. I told him that I caught another drug case right behind the case that I just had. I'm not trying to be no BS or nothing like.
Well, you told the Wickliffe patrolman that you use Xanax and Percocet daily, but you don't actually use crack cocaine.
I use.
Huh?
I actually use all.
I know, but why did you tell the cop?
I didn't. It's crazy. I never told the cop that.
And then you told her, no, I don't use it, I sell it.
No, that's crazy. I never told her that.
Why? Then why is everybody quoting you?
It is video recorded.
Okay. Why is everybody quoting you? And it's on video, but you didn't say it.
Huh? Say that again?
I said, why do I read these quotes to you and then you deny saying it? And Ms. Cutts indicates that the one with the interaction with the police officer is on video of you saying it. So what are you doing? I mean, all you do is try to float through this shit and get away with as much as you can with as little penalty as possible. That's what you do. That's what I read in this report. That's what you're doing with Satula in Cuyahoga County.
No, I've been.
Go ahead.
You're exactly right. I've been BS and all that, but actually, when I was doing good, I wound up getting in trouble. I've been good multiple times. That was all it. This is my first case I ever been on probation for. It's my second time catching a new case. I just always never go downtown to pee. That's why I always been on a run or something. It never was no, oh, I'm just BS. It never was that. If you have a conversation with my mom and he had a conversation with me, like it was never me just BS. He said, you just didn't want to come down there because you know you was pissing dirty. I said, yes, I was. He said, that wasn't no me. I was a BS. I was doing actually good. I just wound up falling off.
What good were you doing?
I was taking all my classes. I completed my classes. I did everything I needed to do for my PR. I just wound up running on a run when a year before I was about to get off house arrest. I wound up getting in trouble. Matter of fact, I caught a drug case on St. Clair when I went on a run not too long ago. When I was on a run for 3.5 years, I actually was doing good before that. A whole year and a half, I was doing good. And I know nothing. Going to classes, going to pee clean. I'm not nothing. Like I was when I came to see Miss Norm. I was being a little BS. You know what I'm saying? Because I really thought my mother and my father was in the system. And she said, if you don't nothing, put ENA. I told her I don't know most of the stuff I don't know. Like my mother and them, yeah, she right. But I was being a BS by my mother and them. But I really, really thought my mother and my father's name was in the system. That's why I said it's already in the system. Then I wound up giving it to her.
I mean, do you think that she was just
no,
asking you questions just to bust your chops?
No, sir.
What don't you think she has anything better to do?
No, sir. You're right, sir. You're right. You got a point there. That was me being a BS. And I wasn't. I've been cool. I've been doing good. I'm trying to just keep going on.
So where you been the last 3 years?
3 years, I stayed in the house. I had a girlfriend. I was just in the house. I had a small little job, like underneath the table job.
What kind of job?
I was doing like car washing. During the winter, through the summer, I'm doing car washing. Through the winter, I'm doing like snow blowing and all that. Like.
Okay. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do besides snow blowing and car washing?
I will focus on what I got to do on my probation.
Okay.
That's my focus.
Which is what? What do you got to do in your Cuyahoga probation?
I got to complete all my classes.
What classes are you taking?
Thinking for a Change, anger management, recovery, and another drug class.
Okay.
And I'm halfway through my Thinking for a Change class. I got like 3 more weeks.
Okay, what drug classes you doing?
I forgot the name of them.
What agency is it?
It's through Star, 5 Star, or some Star.
Do you know Nicole?
No, Your Honor, because when I asked him, I couldn't get any of that information from him.
I never knew, I didn't know it. I don't know the name of it.
Okay, if you go to it, why don't you know the name of it?
I never even thought, all I know is just the name, the drug class,
Where's the last time you went to the drug class?
Yesterday.
Okay, where at?
On 55th. It's between Carnegie and Payne.
All right, what did you do when you were there?
I was sitting there doing my class, Thinking for a Change class.
Okay. What about the drug stuff?
That's on my phone. I do that over the phone.
What do you mean you do it on the phone?
I do
How
virtual because they don't let people come in because I guess they still doing the COVID stuff.
Ah,
That's what I said. But they next week they supposed to start having us come in and space you out because there's only 5 of us in the class. Then I got to do community service. I start that December 4th, 5th,
Okay.
something like that.
All right. Who's his PO down there, Nicole? Do you know?
This is Wagner, Probation Officer Wagner.
Okay. When's the last time you saw Wagner?
Last week.
Okay. Now, you interviewed with a lady named Jan. You remember that here?
Yes.
Okay. What did you tell Jan?
Well, was this not too long ago, or this is before I
Too
seen
long
her?
ago. No,
after I seen her.
after you saw Nicole.
We talked over the phone.
Yeah.
Was over the phone?
Did you tell her what you told Nicole was all bullshit? That was a lie?
Did I tell Nicole that?
No, did you
No,
tell
did I tell the
this-
lady that?
Yeah.
That I was BSing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to tell her the truth.
Why?
Cause I really, beyond back what I was saying at the beginning, she said put ENS that if you don't know nothing. So I put ENS. So my mother's situation, I was wrong for that. But I really, like you said, why would she be BSing with
What do
you?
you want to? Where do you want to end up in 10 years?
Own my everything. Own everything.
Like what? How?
Like my
How are you going to
business.
do that?
Complete all what I got going on now. Complete
Right.
all of that.
And then what?
And then work on give me a good job and build myself on
What
up.
kind of job?
Like I want to own my own stuff, like my own company or something.
What kind of company?
Like a cleaning company or a fixing company, a roof company. I be working with my father sometimes on the car wash. He got a car wash, his own car wash. He got his mobile car wash. Like I be doing little stuff like to keep me from out the streets. So that's what I be doing, helping my granny out every day. She 85. She just turned 85 yesterday. I be helping her every day. I got my daughter with me every day. I got
How
support.
old's your daughter?
My daughter right here. You said how old is she?
Yeah, how old
She's
is
6
she?
months.
Okay. What do you do with her every day?
I can't. I'm on house arrest, so I can't do much. All I do is play with her in the house.
Okay. What's with the marijuana?
The marijuana, I've been now probably about like 2 weeks clean.
2
I just had a
weeks?
problem because I've been going to that treatment and been having me on the road, like having me be cool. I just asked Ms. Wagner. I was clean.
Okay, but you're on house arrest, but you're going down the street to get your dope, right?
I don't go down the street nowhere.
No?
I can't even leave off my driveway.
Okay. I don't.
No, I'm just saying I can't leave out my driveway for me to
Mike-
go do anything.
My concern about you is you seem to spend a lot of time and energy trying to get away with what you can get away with instead of doing what you should be doing so you don't end up in places like this all the time. That's my concern about you. That you like to try to bullshit your way to get out of what you can get out of as much as you can get out of or to put it off as much as you can. Okay? And eventually that works in Cuyahoga because they just get sick of you and they just get rid of you off of probation because they don't want to do it anymore. Okay? Okay, that's my concern about you. Okay? Go ahead.
I ain't trying to BS y'all. I'm trying to do good here. To show y'all that I can do it. Like I'm showing Kyle Conan down there, I'm doing good now. As I'm doing now, I'm trying to work on everything now to show people that I'm not young no more. That was when I was growing up younger, doing younger things. Now I'm to the stage like I got to take care of my business. And that's what I've been doing right now since I've been on house arrest. I ain't been BS. I can't BS. I got class all day. I got class from 9 to 11, 11 to 2,
I
2
mean,
to
are you
4.
enjoying all that stuff?
I'm enjoying it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love being in that classroom. I love being around the teachers. All that. I'm doing good. That's how I've been clean. I've been doing everything I need to do.
When's the last time you saw Judge Satula downtown?
When I got sentenced.
When was that?
September 5th.
September 5th?
Yes.
Okay.
That's when I got sentenced.
All right. All right, Ms. Cutts, what do you have to tell me?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, this is a situation that happened back in December of 2021. The defendant was a passenger in a vehicle that was stopped. Neither individual in the vehicle had a valid driver's license. There was a strong odor of marijuana coming from the vehicle, and inside the glove box, inside a McDonald's Big Mac box, was a bag of suspected crack cocaine. It was found to be crack cocaine, 6.98 grams. The defendant took responsibility for the drugs, also indicated any marijuana in the car was his. When he was taken back to Wickliffe Police Department, when he was being booked in, which was on video recording, which I personally watched, he indicated that he used Xanax and Percocet daily, that he doesn't use crack. He's, to quote, "No, I don't use it, I sell it." He says the bag that was located was to be distributed at a later time. He always keeps some on him in case anybody wants to buy it. He was very clear about that to the police and what he told them, in the sense that it was a traffic stop with drugs in the car. It's not necessarily more or less serious than we often see. He did plead to the F5 as opposed to the F4. He was on probation in one case at the time this was committed. It's Cuyahoga County case CR 19-639849. He is on probation in that case. It's been extended to February 25th of 2026. He was also under indictment in another case in Cuyahoga County, a 21 case. At this point, he's on probation in 4 cases in Cuyahoga County. 2 of them are until February of 2026, and then the most recent ones are until September of 2029. Not aware of any juvenile record. He has a minimal traffic, no driver's license, but he does have adult criminal convictions that are of concern. Starting in 2014, he had disorderly conduct. In 2016, he has a conviction for criminal trespass from a 2014 case. In 2017, he has an unauthorized use of vehicle. It's a misdemeanor, but he did have 3 probation violations. That same year, he also had improperly discharging a firearm, felony of the 3rd degree, with multiple probation violations. In 2021, he has convictions for 2 counts of forgery. That's from a 2018 case. He did have a probation violation in that case. He also has a 2021 conviction for attempted failure to comply, felony of the 4th degree, and improperly handling firearms and motor vehicle, F4. That was a 2019 case. He's had a probation violation in that. In 2024, he has convictions in a 2021 case of drug possession, felony 5, and improperly handling firearms and motor vehicle, F4. That's a 2022 case. So those convictions from 2021 and 2024 are the cases that he is currently on probation on, with the most recent just being ordered in September. So he's not responded favorably to previous sanctions. He's had multiple probation violations over multiple cases and new cases, many of them, multiple including having firearms, which is obviously very concerning. He indicated it was only a dope case. He has given a lot of conflicting information. The information that I was informed when he spoke with Jan from NeoCap was that he indicated that he had lied to probation about all the drug information he gave them. He was not overly cooperative, not necessarily nasty in that sense, but was not cooperative in answering the questions and made things much more difficult for all involved. He has violated his bond in this case. He has tested positive for marijuana both on October 17th and October 30th, the 2 times he was tested. It appears he has drug and alcohol problems, which is questionable whether he is admitting that at times or not. So the state does feel that prison is consistent and is actually quite concerned whether he is amenable to community control. If the court does find him to be amenable, we do think he would need jail treatment, NeoCap, decision point program, a mental health evaluation to follow all recommendations. Obviously no use of drug or alcohol with screens that come back negative. 1 doctor, 1 dentist, 1 pharmacy with releases. To take all medications as prescribed, to engage in 12-step programming with a sponsor and a home group, that he have full-time work and or school, that he obtain his GED, that he take parenting classes, that he have no contact with Keith Johnson, that was the driver of the vehicle, There's a forfeiture of cocaine and packaging. And if he is given that opportunity, that he understands that prison is still over his head. But the state is quite concerned whether he will actually follow through on community control. Thank you, Your Honor.
Me too.
Oh, he
All
has
right.
4 days credit, sorry.
4? Okay. Okay, I've read the pre-sentence report, listen to you, listen to counsel. I've considered all the provisions in 2920 and 1112 and 13. I put you on community control for 4 years, 4 days in jail with credit for 4. You're going to complete, you're going to get in an intensive outpatient program for drug treatment, and you're going to complete it and follow all recommendations. None of this phone crap, okay?
Yes,
None of
sir.
this computer crap, okay?
Yes, sir.
You're to have no drugs or alcohol, and you'll be screened, all right?
Yes,
So
sir.
when you were here, and it was indicated, when you pled on the 16th, it was indicated that you were going to test positive. I decided not to revoke your bond at that point, okay?
Yes, sir.
Even though you were violating bond, okay? But I don't want any more of this crap,
Yes, sir.
okay?
Yes, sir.
You're going to get a mental health evaluation, and you're going to follow whatever recommendations they make. You're going to
Yes,
get
sir.
full employment. I don't want you working part-time shoveling snow or any of that stuff. Get a productive job.
Yes, sir.
Why don't you have a license?
They suspended it some years back. I never had a license. They
All right,
suspended it.
well,
Like,
get it. Figure out what you got to do and get it.
Okay. They
Yeah,
said
how do you
this-
get around?
I don't get around because I'm on house arrest. I can't go
All
nowhere.
right,
I gotta
well,
get approved
how did
by
you
my-
get around before you were on house arrest?
I was in the car with my peoples.
Okay, well,
I got
get-
a baby mama. She could take me somewhere else.
All right,
She
well,
could take-
take responsibility for yourself.
Yes, sir.
Get yourself where you're supposed to go with a valid license.
Yes,
Okay, quit using other people. You're gonna complete the decision points program and follow those recommendations. You're gonna have no contact with Johnson and pay the costs and supervision fees. Ms. Newman, any other terms?
One question, Your Honor. In regard to the decision point program, it's very similar to the Thinking for a Change. So if he successfully completes Thinking for a Change through Cuyahoga, would that count as
Well, what-
completing decision point?
I'm gonna leave that up to you, and you can talk to the probation officer and see if what they're doing is worth a crap. And if it is, then that's fine. If it's not, then he's gotta do this one, okay?
Yes.
I don't have a lot of faith in the probation process in Cuyahoga County, so I'm very suspect of what they do and how they do it,
Yes, sir.
okay? Do you understand all the terms?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you violate, the state will file a motion to terminate, and if I terminate it, you'll go to prison for 12 months. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And it just so happens that sometime next week, I'm gonna see Judge Satula, and I'm gonna talk to him about you and see what he tells me about you.
Okay.
So I keep it in my mind when he's no longer there after January 1st,
Yeah, I know.
okay?
Yes, sir.
Because look, like I said, you've been skating around, playing around the edges, getting away with what you can get away with, and that shit's gotta end.
Yes,
And
sir.
you gotta grow up. If for no other reason, you got a 6-month-old there.
Yes, sir.
You got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay? No more half-ass answers. When your probation officer asks you something and they want information, you give it to them. The
Yes,
other
sir.
thing is you're gonna sign releases so probation can get your records from wherever you're going.
Okay.
So nobody's gonna play around.
Yes, sir.
That shit's over with.
Yes, sir.
The items subject to forfeiture are forfeited to the state. Is there anything else, Ms. Cutts?
Didn't know if you were gonna order the GED or not, and post-release control.
Oh, they got me about to take my GED now.
Well, I would suggest if you wanna do something better than what you're doing, that you get it, okay?
Yes, sir.
So that's one of your conditions in Cuyahoga?
Yes, sir, right now.
Okay. Then we'll make it a condition here too.
Okay.
I don't think I have to read him that until I sentence him to prison, do I?
Depends which judge you ask, Your Honor.
Okay, I think I'm clear on that, until he
sir.
violates, okay?
Yes, sir.
Because remember, if you violate,
I already know.
then, then you gave me the double-barreled finger.
Yes, sir.
And then I'll give it right back to you, and you
Yes,
go to
sir.
prison.
Yes,
Got
sir.
it?
Yes,
Anything
sir.
else, Ms. Cutts?
No, thank you, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Mulkey?
Not at all, Your Honor, thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Thank you,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm sneaking out right behind you, okay? Joseph, we need to talk out here real quick, okay?
You too, you too.
So you have to go
We'll
to
have a good
Facebook
one now.
Live recording.
Now he's coming home.
At that time, a pre-sentence report and victim impact statement were ordered. The pre-sentence report has been completed. The defendant has 79 days of jail time credit, and there is a joint recommendation for community control in the case. Thank you.
Mr. Watson?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. My client is a young man who has some mental challenges, some mental issues. On this particular day, he was out. He was looking at a young lady whom I believe he liked. I personally don't think that Mr. Mabry poses any real harm to anybody. However, other people may not feel that way, and certainly in this case, the victim didn't feel that way. Your Honor, he's taken full responsibility for his actions. I had filed early on in this case a competency motion. Now, ultimately, he was deemed competent. However, in that report, he is schizophrenic, and he was off of his medication at the time of this incident. The court graciously granted an OR bond at the change of plea a little over a month ago. Since then, my client has been out of the county jail, back home with his parents. Parents are still married. They live together in Euclid, Ohio. I believe with his three sisters also there. Mr. Mabry immediately started seeing a psychiatrist. He's been going weekly since he's been out of the county jail. He is beginning treatment, beginning medication. I personally believe he's on the right path of mentally straightening out, leveling out. I'm going to respectfully ask the court to consider adopting the joint recommendation and putting him on community control, allowing him to continue to address his mental health issues, and hopefully, Your Honor, be able to put this incident behind him. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Mabry, what do you want to tell me before I sentence you?
Hello. To begin, I'm extremely remorseful just for this situation even occurring and happening. Over the last 30 days, I've spoke with a psychiatrist every week, and during this process, I learned some things about myself that I didn't quite understand or without gaining understanding on.
Who you going to?
I'm not sure, but it's through a online web app website through SonderMind.
Through who?
It's on a website through SonderMind.
Do you know Dave?
I don't, and she wasn't involved with it when I did the interview.
What's the name? Can you write it?
SonderMind.
Spell it.
Oh, SONDER Mind.
Sounder Mind.
Yes.
Sounder Mind, Your Honor.
You working?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Where?
For myself, but it is trading crypto.
Trading crypto?
Yes.
Where do you trade it?
At home.
How much trading do you do?
Full time.
How do you do that?
It's a few websites. One called Dex Tools, Dex Screener. Have you ever might be familiar with Coinbase?
I don't know anything about that stuff.
It's something to look into. Yeah.
It's like Star Wars stuff to me. I don't have any idea what that stuff. I know what a dollar bill is. You make any money at that?
I do.
So you must be pretty smart then.
Fairly smart.
All right, who is this Denise Cook?
Someone I just crossed paths with, it didn't really fully get to know. Can't really tell you much more.
You seen her at all lately?
No.
Great. What about your driver's license?
Working on getting that validated.
Do you know what you gotta do?
I do.
Do you owe money to the state?
I do.
Can you pay it in crypto?
I can. Yes.
How much is one crypto in comparison to a dollar?
Kinda can't really compare it to a dollar.
That's why I don't understand it.
Yeah.
What about a peso? How much is it in comparison to a peso? Any idea?
I'm not really sure.
Me neither. Okay. All right, have a seat. Madam Bell?
Thank you, Your Honor. As previously stated, there is a joint recommendation for community control in this case. The state would ask that you adopt that recommendation and, again, order a no-contact order with the victim. Thank you.
Are you getting prescribed medication?
We're working, when I spoke with the psychiatrist, she's trying to figure out what would be best for me. But
All
I
right.
do have to, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna put you on community control for 3 years, 79 days in jail, credit 79. Continue your treatment with sounder mind, whatever it is you're going to. Follow the recommendations. That's the only doctor you can see for the time being. You can see only one dentist and one pharmacy if you are prescribed any medication. And take your medication only as it's prescribed. Sign releases so probation can get your records. Get a valid driver's license, full-time employment, no contact with Denise Cook, and you'll pay the cost and supervision fees. You understand everything?
Yes.
Any questions about anything?
No.
Is trading cryptocurrency considered full-time employment?
Yes.
You know what? I just heard of somebody that within a couple of months made $200,000 doing that stuff. So get some verification to your probation officer that you're actually making money at it. Explain it to him too, so that, who's gonna be his PO? You or Jamie?
No, Derek, actually.
Derek, so explain it to Derek when you meet, so Derek can explain it to me, so I know what the hell you're talking about.
Okay.
Anything else, Ms. Bell?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mabry, stay out of trouble, do what you're supposed to do.
I will, thank you.
All right.
It's Sondermine. Not Sounder, S-O-N.
Sonder.
Oh, right here.
Sounder.
S-O-N.
But, okay, perfect, appreciate it.
So how long has Mary Jo got?
She's, I mean, you know, she just, actually, now that I think about it, I don't even think she's turned 60 yet, so.
You know, I
she'll-
bet you she is closer to my age.
She'll be plugging around for a little bit longer. I mean, she probably 95.
All right. Seated. Mr. Geigerich.
Have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before you today on State versus Salvador Crespo, file 24 CR 387. We're here today for a pretrial. An offer to resolve has been extended to the defense of 2 felonies of the 3rd degree, 1 count of aggravated possession of drugs, and 1 count of having weapons while under disability with no sentencing recommendation. That's it. Thank you. And discovery has been provided to defense.
All right. Mr. Marine?
Thank you, Judge. That's accurate. We have received discovery. I need to go back and do an audit, but to the best of my recollection, we've received everything that we would anticipate. Haven't had an opportunity to discuss with my client the offer that's been extended by Mr. Geigerich, but certainly I'll do that. And we have selected some dates for a final pretrial and trial date, and I would just ask that the court set those dates.
All right. Mr. Crespo, do you understand what the offer is in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have any questions about it?
No. No, sir.
All right. I'm going to set this case for a jury trial February 18th at 8 a.m. We'll have another hearing that'll take place January 22 at 3 p.m. And at that hearing, there will be your opportunity to accept that offer or reject that offer. If you reject it, you can go to trial on the 18th of February, but the offer will not be available after that date on the 22nd. You'd have to plead to all the charges if you don't plead on the 22nd. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Geigerich?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Marine?
Nothing, Judge. Thank you.
All right, we're adjourned.
All right.